Testing, testing, 1, 2, testing. All right, how's it going? Welcome to the stream, everybody. Hope you're having fun. Hope you're having a good night. We're going to start things off with a couple of reacts, and then I'm going to jump into. I've got a couple of games in mind, but I'm also going to do a little bit of gaming tonight. It's getting kind of chilly. Alright, turn on our remote. Got it all set up. And we're going to start with a react ranking every Yu Yu Hakusho arc. Let me, alright. How's it going? We're going to start the night off with a few reacts. And we're going to start off with ranking every Yu Yu Hakusho arc from worst to best. Now, Yu Yu Hakusho is my favorite anime, and it does have some really banger arcs. And I'm interested to see what this person has to say. Let's get on into it. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, Connor, you have the correct opinion. Yes, we are clearly one mind of the correct opinion there, because the Dark Tournament was the peak of Yu Yu Hakusho by far.
Hakusho's undoubtedly a classic and one of the greatest anime of all time. I've already covered the series from beginning to end, dissecting the themes and the writing of each arc. But in this video, we're going to be looking at both the good and the bad of each arc to rank them from worst to best. Now conventionally, Yu Yu Hakusho's story is split up into.
I was just gonna say, one thing I will say about the Spirit Detective arc, it starts off a little bit slow, although if you've ever read the manga, oh my god. us anime watchers were spoiled because the manga drags out the part where Yusuke is a ghost even more. Not saying I didn't enjoy that part, but I obviously enjoyed the part where he was punching demons a lot more.
4 different arcs: the Spirit Detective arc, the Dark Tournament arc, the Chapter Black arc, and the Three Kings arc. But personally, I consider Spirit Detective an overarching saga that contains multiple arcs within it, because these stories are self-contained and have nothing to do with each other. So instead of 4, we're going to be ranking these 8 arcs from worst to best. So at the very bottom of the list, the only arc that I would consider bad in Yu Yu Hakusho, we have the Four Saint Beasts arc, or the Beasts of Maze Castle as it's called as well. In this arc, in order to stop a horde of demon.
Really? I actually enjoyed this arc. I don't know if I enjoyed this as much as Genkai's tournament, but it was very, very, very fun. Hold on, I'm trying to plug in a phone. And my dexterity has dropped with age.
Bugs from infiltrating Yusuke's city, Yusuke and Co have to go to Demon City to defeat the Four Saint Beasts. This was easily the weakest arc in the entire series, and this was the arc that made me almost want to drop the anime when I was first watching it. There are some redeeming aspects about it. First of all, this is the first arc where we get to see the iconic 4 main characters team up. And what's kind of interesting is that unlike Kurama, Togashi never intended on Hiei becoming a good guy.
Don't drink her blood. It is riddled with STDs.
What?
I'm detecting several pathogens
From the start. In a sense, this is the debut arc of Hiei as we know him, the 3-dimensional anti-hero, as opposed to the flat, villainous character that we saw before. And Hiei really is the saving grace of this arc. Seeing his brand new dynamics with the three other main characters, his budding rivalry with Yusuke, his comedic rivalry with Kuwabara, and I always respected the fact that Hiei was always Kurama's hype man from the very beginning. It's as if Hiei always knew that back in Demon World, Kurama was a big deal. And this is pretty impressive because I don't even think Togashi knew this at the time. That's just the type of writer he is. He just improvises and it works sometimes. As for the other good part of this arc,
Welcome
I at
in,
least kind
welcome
of
in.
respect the concept that Togashi was going for. The main
I liked the Saint Beasts and how they all had like different abilities and stuff, and the White Tiger guy was super hard to put down. Oh my god, that guy. We threw him into lava. We did so much to him in order to fucking take him out. It was crazy.
villains are based on the four Chinese symbols. And I guess if you're from an Eastern background, this would be kind of interesting to see, as we see Togashi plays with a lot of Eastern mythology within the Dark Tournament and a lot of its villains.
Believe it or not, I was always a big Kurama fan. I loved Kurama. But Hiei was also pretty cool. I liked his Chuck Huber did Hiei perfectly in my opinion. The English dub of Yu Yu Hakusho is an example of an English dub done absolutely 100% right. 100% right. All the characters were so perfectly cast.
But compared to the other villains we'll see in the Dark Tournament arc, these villains are really weak. And I don't even mean in strength, I mean just in writing and concept. They're not that interesting. And the fights that we get between our four main characters, it introduces the template that we're going to get later on in the series. Kurama gets this intelligent strategic fight. He's fighting a trickier opponent and he has to use tactics and strategy to defeat them. We see that Kuwabara gets a more comedic fight and it ends up relying on him using his willpower in the end, which is a big part of Kuwabara's fights. Hiei gets a quick and brief fight which makes him look super cool, which is a trend with Hiei fights. And finally, Yusuke gets the toughest fight where he has to dig the deepest and he has to unlock a certain level of emotion, which is kind of an overarching theme with his character, emotion being the key to winning his fights. But in this arc it really doesn't work that well because this is the first time we're seeing it, so it seems like more of an ass pull. And this is the arc that actually sets it up so that the other times it works, as we see in the Dark Tournament, the other emotional power-ups actually work because of this setup. So pretty much every other fight we see in the Dark Tournament and forward is better than the fights we get here. Even the animation in the anime and the art in the manga are better for the later fights in the series. It's only natural that Togashi would get better with time, so the Beast of Maze Castle sits at the very bottom as the worst entry in Yu Yu Hakusho. In 7th place, we have the Artifacts of Darkness arc. This arc features Yusuke's first mission as a spirit detective, to recover the 3 artifacts of darkness that had been stolen by the 3 demons, Goki, Kurama, and Hiei. Now this one is actually the very first action-centric arc in the entire series, so naturally the preceding arcs will surpass it in this aspect. Especially Yusuke's first battle against the demon Goki. This one is so rough I suspect most people completely forgot about it.
I didn't forget about it because he whooped Yusuke's ass the first time. He, I, I'll never forget the line at the end of the episode where like we didn't know whether or not Yusuke was gonna win the fight and actually make it out. And he was like, "I'm gonna die again." It's like, bro, you just came back to life.
The saving grace of this arc is that it introduces 2 of our main characters, Kurama and Hiei. Like I said before, Hiei was pretty one-dimensional in this arc as he was never intended to be a protagonist at first, but the Kurama section especially is good, because while the action was rough early on, the series has had heart from the very beginning. Instead of fighting, Kurama asks for Yusuke's help in order to use the artifact to save his mother's life, and with Kurama's flashback we get a very unique character concept. Instead of being a human with a demon sealed inside of him, Kurama's a demon inside of a human body. This is a pretty unique inversion, and I made an entire video dissecting Kurama's character. So while this arc isn't the greatest, it's the foundation in which Kurama, Hiei, and Yusuke as a spirit detective springs from. Next up, in 6th place, is the Yusuke's Ordeal arc. If you only watched the anime and you didn't read the manga, you're missing out on like half of this arc, because they cut out so much adventures that Yusuke had in his spirit form that he didn't have in the anime version. And the reason why it's so important is because Yusuke's arc at the very beginning was about him using violence as a coping mechanism. So when he becomes a ghost, this coping mechanism is stripped away from him. So Yusuke has to learn to solve problems non-violently, and we see this throughout Yusuke's adventures during his time as a ghost. I understand why they cut a lot of this out, because Yu Yu Hakusho is mainly a battle shonen. Even though the art style and everything looks shoujo in the beginning, by the end, it's mainly known as a battle shonen first and foremost. So you really don't want the viewers getting the wrong impression and dropping the show. But it's essential for Yusuke to learn how to solve problems non-violently and realize that he's actually a good person before you're able to reintegrate the battle aspects and have Yusuke finally become worthy to be the spirit detective. So for that reason, this arc is in 6th place, which is good. It's a great foundation for the character of Yusuke and the themes that the story is trying to present.
I was introduced to Yu Yu Hakusho by just literally stumbling upon the episodes of the Yusuke's redemption arc. I was literally just I was bored and upset because my cousin he had just gotten his driver's license like that year, so he was able to go out and do shit on Saturday nights, and I was stuck in the house just like being one of the younger kids, and so I was flipping through Cartoon Network, and I was like, "What the hell is this show?" And I watched Yu Yu Hakusho and got hooked. But while it does have a little bit of a slow start, I think it's I think the anime has it perfectly paced. I think if the anime had adapted all of what was in the manga, I think a lot of people might have dropped it before Yusuke got brought back to life and the anime picked up its action centric identity.
Next up, in 5th place, we have Genkai's Tournament. This arc is really good, not because it has great themes or anything like that, but because it has great character dynamics and it's just really fun to watch. From the very start of the series, Kuwabara and Yusuke have been a great duo, and I always wondered if Araki had copied Togashi when he wrote Okuyasu and Josuke in part 4, because these characters have the same exact personality.
They do. Corporate would like you to find the difference between these two pictures. They're the same picture. They're two school kids who get into a few too many fights, and at the heart of it, they're good kids, and they're basically just pals, even if they can sometimes kick each other's ass.
I think. In this arc, we also get introduced to Genkai, who also has a great dynamic with Yusuke.
I mean, well, my introduction to anime was actually, if we're gonna go by like the strictest of definitions, my introduction to anime was Speed Racer when I was like fucking 6 or 7. And Science Ninja Team Gatchaman's English second English adaptation, G-Force Guardians of Space. However, Yu Yu Hakusho is the first anime that I watched and actually realized what I was watching was part of an overarching genre called anime, and there was a lot more of it, and it had all these tropes, and so while it wasn't my first anime, it was the first anime I knew was an anime, and my introduction into the concept of anime as a whole.
And out of the 3 tournament arcs we get in the series, this one is probably the least monotonous, given the fact that it's the first one, and it has different phases and different games within it, other than just one-on-one fighting. And while the one
And he's probably going to bring this up, but the fights in this tournament, at least especially Yusuke's fight against that dude with the weird helmet in the dark, was just so perfect because it showed using your brain as well as your brawn in combat when he took Genkai's cigarette and stuck it in that dude's belt when he was grappling with him so he could actually see him in the dark.
one matches in this arc are very interesting. A lot of the Reiki users have a lot of different interesting techniques. The fact that Kuwabara and Yusuke win is
That dude. That dude with the weird helmet on his face. Yeah, that helmet allowed him to see in the dark by sensing Yusuke's energy while Yusuke couldn't sense his. So he was just like wailing on the dude. And then he remembered that Genkai had thrown a cigarette like into the area where they were fighting and was like, wait a minute, I can use that. And so he like let the dude get in close and then stuffed it into like the belt of his gi and was able to hit him with the spirit gun by seeing him with the ember of the cigarette, which is fucking genius.
honestly so unbelievable. These Reiki masters are getting defeated by these literal 14-year-old noobs at Reiki. It makes no sense, honestly. This arc has the most aspos, especially in its final fight against Rando. First of all, the whole mystery villain subplot with Rando was so obvious. Of course, the most innocent looking guy is going to be the demon at the
Okay, I was maybe a little bit too young to be watching Yu Yu Hakusho, maybe only by like a year or so, because I was like, what, 13. Shit, I don't fucking remember. I was about Yusuke's age when I started watching the Yu Yu Hakusho, and I didn't know he was the bad guy until very late into this tournament arc, and then I was like, oh, okay, it's got to be that little monk dude who's all super innocent looking, and yeah, it was him.
End of the day, Rando's bag is so deep with all these different abilities, but Yusuke pulls out ass pull after ass pull in order to finally defeat him in the end. But the fact that Yusuke wins and earns the right to train with Genkai kind of makes up for it, because after he trains with Genkai, every other victory in the series feels more earned from this point forward. So while there's a lot of ass pulls in this arc, it introduces us to Reiki as a power system and the different things that it can do, and at no point can you really say it's boring. So that's why I put it at 5th place. It's still a really good arc. Now in 4th place, we have the Three Kings arc. Now it's very difficult to rank the Three Kings arc because it has some of the worst moments in the entire series, but also has some of the best moments in the entire series and the best character writing. The start of the Three Kings arc is incredible.
And that is true. It isn't a highs and lows arc for sure. There are some parts where it is kind of a trudge, but then there are some parts where it's very cool, and you get to see a lot of cool characters that like you get to see the main cast literally at their strongest. You get to see Yusuke basically just be able to fire out demon powered spirit guns, like multiple one, two, three, four, five, and there's some really cool fights, but there's also some really poorly paced, I guess is a good word to put, moments for this particular arc. Yeah, Kuwabara was off actually trying at school for once in his life. The dude who got a 7 on a fucking test.
With the opening of the Demon Portal at the end of the chapter Black arc, this arc starts with the Three Kings of Demon World recruiting our protagonist for an upcoming war. Kuwabara is left out of this arc
Yeah, there you go. There you go, Connor. There you go. Um, but I will say I do like the concept of the fact that like the three main protagonists were all recruited by one of the different demon kings. So it wasn't just like, oh, Team Urameshi's back at it again. It actually was like, oh shit, every man for himself. That was pretty cool.
because he's kind of the odd one out now that Yusuke has also become a demon. But the great character work that we get for Yusuke, Kurama, and Hiei during this arc fully makes up for it. This is easily the best arc for Hiei and Kurama. We get Hiei's full backstory, showing that he's an outcast in every respect, and how that helps him relate with Mikuro. And also Kurama's dynamic with Yomi is top tier. Yomi being someone who looked up to Kurama back when he was a bad guy, but now has surpassed him in villainy, yet he's literally blind to the human that Kurama has become, and expects him to serve as his right hand man. This arc also resolves Yusuke's character arc with him integrating his shadow side and integrating his human and demon aspects together. The big problem with this arc though is because of Togashi's issues, he's kinda just gives up on this whole war story that he was planning out, and he just turns it into a tournament arc, which he even off screens in the manga, and it's only in the anime that we get to see these final fights and character moments play out. This arc has so much wasted potential. I think if Togashi had followed through with the war arc idea, this could have been one of the greatest arcs in shonen history. In my Three Kings arc dissection video, I proposed my rewrite if Togashi had followed through with the idea, and a lot of people seem to love it, which just shows how much potential this arc had. So if this arc ever gets a remake, I hope they give Togashi the chance to come back to this arc and complete it the way he intended, similarly to what they're doing with the Thousand Year Blood War arc in Bleach. Togashi is currently in the middle of the most complex and sophisticated arc in shonen history right now, with the Succession War arc in Hunter x Hunter. So if he had another go at the Three Kings War arc, there's no doubt in my mind that it would be legendary. But we're ranking it based on what is and not what could be, so for that reason, this arc is in 4th place. In 3rd place, we have the Rescue Yukino arc. Just like the Genkai tournament arc. This arc starts with a lot of interesting and fun dynamics between Yusuke and
Yes, I was. Thank you. I was saying before, this arc is peak. The Rescue Yukina arc was very well paced with the fights between the different, it was basically sort of a one or two villains per episode arc until they got to like I think it was a two-part fight with the Toguro brothers. But every villain they fought, while they didn't really give them a lot of time, it was a high quality fight. It felt good. It felt well paced. I enjoyed the hell out of the Rescue Yukina arc.
Kuwabara as they raid Tarukane's mansion in order to rescue Yukina.
And yeah, Yusuke is based as hell. His hands are rated E for everyone.
But on top of that, this arc actually has a very interesting plot with the Black Book Club betting on Yusuke and Kuwabara's fights. And this arc also introduces a lot of things that will be essential in the Dark Tournament arc and beyond, like the goaded duo of younger Toguro and
By the way, one thing, one of the well, this was more a habit of younger me when I had disposable time. Fuck disposable income. Disposable time is something I miss having as a younger person. But when I had disposable time, if I really liked an anime, like when I got my season one box set of Inuyasha, I watched season one in English, and then I watched it again in Japanese with subtitles because that's just something I did. One of the biggest things that hurt me to my soul was how they voiced Toguro. Someone who is shaped like a goddamn like the bastard offspring of Arnold Schwarzenegger and a refrigerator just did not have that. The deep gravelly voice the dub gave him was flawless. And after hearing his Japanese voice, I just I couldn't do the Japanese W Yu Hakusho.
Sakio, and the introduction of Yukina as Hiei's younger sister. Sakio conning Tarukane and placing himself as the mastermind villain, and
That, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call fucking around and finding out. Let's see that again. That was a beautiful shot.
the goaded duo of younger Toguro and Sakio, and the introduction of Yukina
Hey,
as Hiei's younger
Tarukane, heads
sister.
up.
Sakio conning Tarukane and placing himself as the mastermind villain, and Toguro easily flexing on Yusuke, placing him as the big physical villain, sets these two up to be the perfect antagonists for the end of the Dark Tournament arc. One of the fights is a little bit controversial, but I really cannot see any faults with this arc. The final two arcs that we'll be ranking just happen to come after this arc and have the privilege to build onto this and get to be much more grand and iconic
Sometimes I imagine what I'd write today for my dear friend Martin. I'd remind people that all hate
because of that. In second place, the second best arc in Yu Yu Hakusho, now you're gonna have to hear me out, is the Dark Tournament arc. This arc is not only considered to be the best arc in Yu Yu Hakusho,
God, that I think I have because Yu Yu Hakusho has a trading card game, and I have some of the cards, and one of them uses art from this from around this particular frame, and god damn that goes hard. Exactly. You know, maybe it's just like in the American in us, but when I see a dude that looks like he could pick up my car with one hand and me with the other and smush us together, I want him to sound like he can do that. And the dub voice for Toguro does do that. God, this shot does go so hard.
but the best tournament arc in any shonen period. Now I can rank shonen tournament arcs in its own video, but I think the reason why the Dark Tournament gets such a good rep is that it's the purest and most authentic form of a tournament arc. It doesn't get interrupted halfway like the Chunin exams or abridged like a lot of these modern tournament arcs in anime.
Yeah, yeah. This was a tournament arc that really was a full ass tournament arc. In fact, I think there was an episode or two, not many, but an episode or two that were dedicated to like other teams, like not Yusuke's team, just someone else, and we got to see someone else fight. I don't think we would see that now unless it was for, like you're saying, Connor, unless it was to aura for a villain to aura farm and be like, holy shit, they're so scary. Like we had scenes and episodes of like side villains that maybe might have become side characters later, but it was just it was a full tournament arc, and it wasn't a tournament arc, but half the arc was some other bullshit. It was a full ass tournament arc. They gave you what you asked for.
She lets the full thing play out in 50 chapters, from beginning to end. The Dark Tournament is the ultimate tournament arc. The teams move forward in a bracket-like elimination format, yet the members of each team have 1v1s in a gauntlet-like format. It's like each fight in the tournament is a tournament in of itself, and Togashi even switches it up sometimes.
And yeah, another cool thing was like each tournament round was decided by the quote unquote team captains. So you would have like a 5v5 free for all one round, let's say, and then one where it was like the first team to 3 victories wins, and you just had to beat 3 dudes and win. And so it wasn't stale. It was Dark Tournament arc is so peak. Not just for Yu Yu Hakusho, but as a anime tournament arc, it just was done so well paced.
Sometimes having some members being gone, sometimes having the teams being uneven, sometimes even having
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, the elder, the younger. Sorry, I keep thinking he's elder because he's bigger, but he's actually the younger brother. The younger Tagora brother was like, "Nah, I'm just gonna take all 5 of you on all at once," and he did, and he killed all 5 of them like it was absolutely fucking nothing. I mean, he was like, "Nah, the other members of my team had better shit to do than deal with you. I'll make this quick. I've also got an appointment in like 5 minutes, so just come at me at once." And like 3 minutes later, they were all dead.
just be a battle royale. I would say that the downside of this is that because there are so many brand new characters, it kind of gets monotonous at a certain point in the tournament. The Dark Tournament is so long, it takes up almost half of the entire series, but before the arc reaches its climax, Togashi starts to develop the story of Yusuke, Genkai, and Toguro. No matter what you think of the arc as a whole, the Dark Tournament easily has the best final round in any tournament arc that I've seen. Yusuke's hero's journey comes full circle.
Yeah, like, you want to talk about a tournament arc that gets interrupted. Let's talk about Battle fucking City. Where it's like, okay, we're gonna go through like 3 quarters of this tournament arc. Okay, cool. Now, you remember those 5 dudes from like that mini arc at the end of the last arc? Yeah, yeah, they're gonna come back, and we're gonna have a whole like another mini arc that doesn't feel like a mini arc before we get back to the end of this tournament.
And with Genkai's death, he's finally able to unleash his full emotions and defeat Toguro, who
At least it was good though. I will admit the when they were all trapped in the digital world fighting the big five with the deckmaster system, I will admit that was pretty cool.
himself is one of the
Yeah. The elder Toguro brother didn't have he wasn't nearly who the story was centered around. Although oddly enough, he was the only one who wound up surviving.
greatest shonen villains and a perfect foil for Yusuke. The biggest con I would say this arc has definitely is Genkai's death being reversed at the end. It kind of undermines the hero's journey and the death of the mentor, which is such an important part of any story. But otherwise, the Dark Tournament arc is easily one of the greatest arcs in shonen and one of the best in Yu Yu Hakusho. Even if it's not your personal favorite tournament arc, it is easily the quintessential shonen tournament arc. For many people, this is the #1 arc, but I put it in second place because I just think the next arc is simply a little bit better.
And we obviously know what
And in
comes
first
next.
place,
Chapter
the
Black.
greatest arc in Yu Yu Hakusho, in my opinion, is the Chapter Black arc. Coming off the heels
And I know what you're gonna say, because coming off being literally off being Dark Tournament victors, like they basically get their shit handed to them fairly early into the arc and have to realize, oh shit, You know, we think we're hot shit, but we're actually fucking lukewarm turds. Yeah, they absolutely should have put the virtual world season after Battle City and not broke the pace. That would have made it so much better. I'm not saying because it wasn't a bad arc. It was just like I want to get back to what I was doing. And it's like the carrots. I don't want to eat the carrots, but I gotta eat the carrots because they're next to the mashed potatoes. Chapter Black was really good. It introduced one thing I like is it introduced some strong human characters. A lot of anime that focus on like supernatural or otherworldly beings, like how Krillin and Yamcha and Tien, cause I'm pretty sure Tien is basically just a human with a third eye, basically became absolute side characters once it was revealed that Goku and Piccolo were aliens. And you know they didn't do that too much with Yu Yu Hakusho, where there were still powerful humans and shit who were still very big threats, especially the fuck. What was the name of the? I think it was the Seven Psychics. Yeah, it was like Seven Psychics. Well, I think the Sensui was one of them, but well, we'll hear about it now. But I remember they all had the ability to like manifest an area where they could set the rules. And I remember there was one dude who didn't there was no violence allowed. Like the only power that had power was mental power in his territory, and he tried to fuck with him, and his fucking sword shattered. He was just so frustrated that like he was one of the strongest dudes in the fucking room, and he couldn't do shit about it. Yeah, although it was I wonder when Toriyama decided to make Goku an alien because I remember seeing I think it was a panel from the original Dragon Ball manga when they were discussing like why does Goku have a tail? Is he some kind of space alien or something? But you know, it's pretty interesting. Dragon Ball is another quintessential um action anime where you get a whole lot of like progression in power. And you know, a villain like if Rando came back and fought Yusuke after the Dark Tournament arc, he'd get his fucking shit kicked in. Yusuke would be like, "Man, get the knock him right the fuck out," because Yusuke is so much more powerful than he was during that arc. And you know, Dragon Ball, you know, unfortunately, Dragon Ball Z left behind a couple of the human characters, but still managed to at least make them useful in other ways. Like even Piccolo, once he got left behind, he became like the mentor and teacher character. And so it was cool. It's you know it's cool to use characters in other ways other than just being strong, but you also don't want to make them completely useless. You know, yeah, that is true. That is true. Considering the rest of the Dragon Ball universe, and considering Kami and Piccolo were around for a while, I'm pretty sure that they had some idea that there was something out there beyond the stars.
The high stakes, highly climactic Dark Tournament arc, Togashi must have felt the pressure to try to one up it with an even stronger and more tough opponent than Taguro. But Togashi made the smart choice, in my opinion, by de escalating the story and instead of making the characters physically stronger
Ah, that guy. See, told you.
in a linear sense, Togashi widened the scope of what characters can do by introducing the power system of territories, which was highly inspired by stands in JoJo's. This new power system makes each one of these early fights much more unique than the fights in the Dark Tournament arc. For example, the Doctor fight was probably one of the best episodes in Yu Yu Hakusho, with such great animation and atmosphere, and it challenged
Yeah, this was the best fight of this arc.
Yusuke not physically like a lot of
Well, the Sensui fight was good. It was just a little too drawn out.
the Dark Tournament fights did, but each one of these fights challenges him ideologically. For example, this Doctor fight forces Yusuke to make the choice to kill a human for the first time. In the Seaman fight, Kuwabara wins not through fighting, but by winning him over through his kindness. The Game Master fight forces Kurama to tackle the trolley problem
That Game Master's ability. Come on, Connor. You know you would want Game Master's ability. The ability to basically make any game real and go into any game or send people into any game. Although I feel like younger us would have been way too stupid and irresponsible with that power, and one of us might not be here, as to be like, yeah, maybe we should have tried that shit on Call of Duty.
in real time, pitting the life of a child against the fate of humanity. And each one of these fights are carefully organized by Sensui to prove his point. And speaking of Sensui, he's by no means inferior to Toguro as a villain. If Toguro's character explores the evil of neglecting your humanity, Sensui's character builds on that foundation by questioning whether humanity is a good thing in the first place. I think that's the best part about this arc. It just builds
And yeah, that's true. Toguro was one branch where he was like he embraced being demon, but Sensui sort of showed that humans have their darkness too, and it's not just black and white of demons bad, humans good. Humans can do some fucked up shit as well.
on all the themes and
Yeah, we'd probably be sending each other into Pokemon. The thing is, I know younger me would want to play through Ocarina of Time. Like, see, 30-something-year-old me is like, no man, that hurts my knees. Just like just seeing a couple of the falls Link had to take, and I'm like, no, 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 I'd be limping back to Kokiri Forest by now. But younger me would be like, yo, I wanna save Hyrule myself. This is gonna be so dope. And then I fall into lava or some shit.
that has been established before, like the Demon World portal that was hinted at in the Dark Tournament arc, becoming the central plot point of this Chapter Black arc. Definitely the worst part of this arc to me was the ending, especially Yusuke's transformation into a demon, which I found to be sort of an ass pull because I don't think there's been enough foreshadowing of it. But while it doesn't serve as a good ending to the Chapter Black arc, it does set up some interesting
I will admit it is kind of an easy thing to like, oh yeah, the main character actually is an alien from a different planet, which is why he was able to be so strong and why he's such a fighting prodigy. Or, oh yeah, he's got demon DNA. That's why he's such a good fighter. But come on, man, this design is so sick. Look at this shit. I'm almost certain at some point in junior high this was like my home computer's wallpaper or some shit. What kind of games would I be going into? You know what games I'd be going into now? I'd probably be going into games that had like a nice, relaxing environment. Oh, wrong button.
things for the Three Kings arc. But ultimately, the reason why I put Chapter Black above the Dark Tournament arc is because I just think it has a better through line throughout the entire arc. The depth of the Dark Tournament arc only really came out in the third act when Genkai met with the girl. To me, the Chapter Black arc is way more rewatchable than the Dark Tournament arc. At no point to me does it get monotonous. Chapter Black is my personal favorite arc, so there's a little bit of bias here. This is probably not an objective list, but let me know what you think in the comments below. What is the ranking of arcs in your opinion? But the real question is, do you agree with me that the Chapter Black arc is the greatest arc, or do you think it's the Dark Tournament arc? Because no matter what, that's usually going to be the top two arcs. But feel free to surprise me in the comments below. This was more of a free form video. I've already made an in-depth scripted analysis of every Yu Yu Hakusho arc and the three main characters and the two main villains of Sensui and Toguro. So make sure you check out that analysis series if you haven't already. And if you want to see more Yu Yu Hakusho analysis or other anime analysis, I plan on covering Togashi's other great series, Hunter x Hunter, with the same amount of depth in its own analysis series, so feel free to subscribe if you're interested in any of that.
All right, that was interesting that he ranked the chapter Black arc above Dark Tournament. I will say Yeah. Chapter Black was the first arc I started to watch because I watched the entire Dark Tournament saga on Toonami. Well, actually, no. I watched everything up until the last fight with Togoro on Toonami, edited. But I watched the fight with Togoro because I forgot what happened. Remember, I was about Yusuke's age when Yu Yu Hakusho was airing on Toonami, so I don't remember what the fuck happened. But I missed the fight with Togoro. I think either they changed Yu Yu Hakusho out for some other show or whatever. But I wound up watching the Dark Tournament saga on. If you fucking believe it, I watched the end of the Dark Tournament on VHS. And I'm actually certain, I'm almost certain the first few episodes of Chapter Black were the first episodes of Yu Yu Hakusho I got on DVD back in high school. Which is saying something, because goddamn, DVD now is fucking obsolete. And you got I'm gonna drop this video in the comments. There we go. But yeah, God, yeah, DVD's almost obsolete. But yeah. So I started watching the Chapter Black saga like in high school rather than junior high school. So it was like there was a little bit of a time break, like maybe a year or so between the time I watched it until the time I was able the end of the Dark Tournament until the time I was able to watch the beginning of Chapter Black. And I really, really, really liked Dark Tournament. But Chapter Black is a lot more interesting now than I gave it credit for as a kid. All right. Next up, we have. Where is it? Cars that get totaled way too easily. If Tesla is not on this list, I'm going to scream because I have seen so many just like absolute nothing burgers of a collision, and it's like, oh yeah, no, the Tesla's totaled after this because Teslas are very difficult to repair. I still have all my VHSs. I still have I don't know how many years of Kids WB Saturday morning cartoons on VHS. But this is real mechanic stuff with cars that get totaled way too easily.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first.
If this tiny piece of plastic breaks, it will destroy your engine and total your car. There are a ton
BMW. And remember, there was some engine component that they put into BMWs that gets exposed to hot coolant, and essentially it used to be made out of metal, and they essentially switched to plastic, and now it fails at like every 60,000 miles and has essentially become a complete replaceable component. I still have, in fact, it might still even be in my car right now. I have the cable, the old antenna cable you screw in. I think it's called coaxial. I have the old antenna cable you screw in. I have a couple of sets of the red, white, and yellow cables. Mostly because I still have my Nintendo 64 and my PlayStation, and I have a splitter, a three-way splitter. To even though I only use two ports, but I have a three-way splitter so I can use both. Excuse me. My PlayStation 2 and my Nintendo 64 on my TV without going behind and pulling out wires and fucking plugging them in and doing it blind because you're behind the TV and actually I someone was getting rid of the splitter because in my building there's like the first floor windowsill in the hallway is where you put shit you don't want but is still good so like someone else could take if they need. And one day I saw a gray round thing and I was like, what the fuck is this? And I was like, oh shit, uh a V splitter, the red, white, and yellow. It turns. I think it turns one port into two or three. I forgot. I think it's three because I remember if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there is a third thing connected to it. My old iPod to oh my god, that brings back memories. My old iPod to AV cable that I used to use to watch old movies and stuff off my iPod back in oh my god, like college. Yeah, I've always been someone who was able to who tried to optimize his little setups whenever he had them. Electric vehicles. Here we go.
Cars that suffer from catastrophic failures. So today, we're gonna take a look at a few that you should avoid and which ones are worth the risk. Starting with this Toyota GR86. This thing's sweet, dude. It's got TE37s, paint looks sick, and it's like a little bit lower.
I'm almost certain this is actually a BMW product. Oh my god, you're right. It was. God, I feel old now. I'm almost certain this is actually a BMW product that's just Toyota badged. So yeah, it makes sense that this is expensive to repair.
Ugh, I like the paint too. The red looks really hot, but it does have some downfalls. And what would that be, Jimbo? Hop in the car, let's find out. All right. Oh, Jimmy! Whoa! I like it. It's perfect. There is a problem with these cars, though. What's that? From the factory, they might have put a little too much RTV on the oil pan. Like the sealant? Yes. RTV is a silicone sealant that bonds surfaces together within your engine. In other words, it's a goop that turns into a gasket. And Toyota uses RTV to seal the 86's oil pan. Normally, this isn't a problem. The problem is how the RTV is applied. According to many GR86 owners, the RTV is applied a little too liberally in the factory. Liberal? Liberal. If too much RTV is applied, the excess RTV can squeeze out into the insides of the.
I was just gonna say, yeah, because if that oozes into the inside of the engine, the heat is gonna eventually cause little pieces of it to break off and go into the engine and fuck shit
Oil
up.
pan like a big old RTV booger. Over time, those boogers can become dislodged, which can clog the oil pickup tube, preventing the oil pump from drawing enough oil and eventually leading to oil starvation.
Ooh, yeah, that's how you can kill an engine real quick. You don't give an engine oil, it won't last very long at all.
When an engine runs too long without oil, the consequences can be a total catastrophic engine failure. In 2022, a GR86 owner ran into this exact issue and needed a whole new engine after driving in an autocross event. To make it worse, his car only had 13,000 miles on it and the engine was unmodified. Toyota quoted him 11 grand for a replacement since it wasn't covered by warranty because it was used on a track. A lot of people were pissed off about this because Toyota provides a complimentary track day to new GR86 owners. Now the cost to prevent it is roughly around $500 to $1,000 for one of these aftermarket oil pans, or you could just get under the car, drop the oil pan yourself, and put on your own oil-sealed gasket.
Hey man, I heard that you were racing your car that was built for racing and that we even had an autocross like sort of track day. What's that? You blew up your engine doing something that the car was meant to do?
I mean, yeah, like the car is designed. It's the car is marketed toward a certain kind of people who are going to drive it a certain way. And then, oh, but you can't push the car hard. But here's a free track day, but don't. It's fucking stupid.
Get the f out of here. What?
Who broke my tooth?
Oh, did you?
Nowadays, certainty is hard to come by. That's why guarantees matter, like for your brakes, suspension, oil.
Oh, no, it's no one's fault. It's just, Wrong place, wrong time. So, Tristan, what do you think about the GR86? Is it worth it or not?
Yeah, I think it's worth it. It's a good car. Just, you know, take it to a third-party dealer, have them inspect the old pickup tube. You know, easy.
Next up, we got this here Rivian R1T. Now, this was the first electric pickup truck to hit American streets.
Hold on, I gotta pause it at the right moment. Yeah. Bro, your truck looks like an emoticon. This shit, this shit looks like a fucking emoji, my dude. It looks like a block from Super Mario.
The Hummer EV or the Ford Lightning. So, this was your only option. And to be honest, it's not bad.
Then why are we talking about it?
I will tell you. But besides being electric, there's a pretty big difference between this and most pickup trucks. It has a unibody construction.
You don't want that in a pickup truck that's gonna do truck things. It does.
Instead of body on frame. You see, most trucks have their body and bed mounted on a rigid ladder frame, which is more durable, can carry more weight, but this setup can be heavy, very heavy, and since electric vehicles are already thousands of pounds heavier than gas vehicles, Rivian opted instead for a unibody construction. This is where they take the body and frame and make it one piece. So this can be good for a lot of reasons. Unibodies are lighter and more rigid, which improves your handling and safety.
EVs have that like torque to back them up. That is the one thing that makes them super fun, is the that instant torque feeling.
3, 2.
Blast off! Dude! Whoa! That's crazy. Dude, like, you feel your like, fluids in your body.
But it also means that when damage happens, and if it's severe enough, it will infect the entire vehicle. And trucks get damaged a lot.
Yeah.
So in 2020,
yeah, trucks are meant to be rough and tumble, and you know, back when I had my Jeep, if I ran over a curb, I didn't pull over and look underneath. I was like, hey, fuck it, do it again. I fucking do it again.
23, a Rivian owner got into a minor fender bender and was hit with a price tag of $42,000.
$42,000? Uh-oh.
In a typical truck, you'd probably opt to just...
That's like... It's like twice what some cars are worth.
Replace the entire bed, or you wouldn't care because it's a truck. But in a unibody vehicle like the Rivian, structural integrity can be severely affected in incidents like this, which drastically escalates the cost of repair. So all in all, the insurance company surveyed the damage and decided that the entire unit panel needed to be replaced, which is a long and expensive process involving the removal of a ton of stuff. And not many shops specialize in Rivians, so finding a body shop that would even touch one of these can be super hard. And to add insult to injury, these trucks are depreciating fast, and pretty soon that $40,000 repair bill will exceed the value of the truck.
If there's anything I hate, it's...
Yeah, there's a certain knowing you can just pile all your shit in the vehicle and just go. I'm out of here. Bye. You are able to just leave. But I knew that a couple of electric vehicles are going to be on here because they're relatively new. New means not a lot of people know how to work on them. Not a lot of people know how to work on them means the people that do know how to work on them can charge a premium. But I didn't know Rivian was going to be on here. I knew Tesla because not a lot of people know how to work on Tesla, and Teslas come with a lot of sensors and panels and circuitry and wires and shit, all directly underneath the surface of the body of the car.
The car that depreciates, or a truck.
Bro, that's all of them. Luckily, the owner of this Rivian was able to hire a paintless dent removal expert to fix the dent for just a tenth of the cost of the estimate. But unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that most other owners aren't gonna have the same luck.
Dude, I hope that owner left a really good Google review. So, Rivian R1T, is it worth it? Nah. Now, if you think that's bad, losing your entire engine is a lot worse. So if you own a 2008 to 2015 Volkswagen or Audi with a 1.8 or 2-liter TSI engine, you might want to pay attention.
So cars with this engine, I'm talking about the GTIs, Jettas, Passats, Audi A4s, they all suffer from this same problem, and that's issues with the chain.
Oh no, timing chains? If they're interference engines and they go out of timing, they literally eat themselves.
This guy.
So, the timing chain is responsible for synchronizing the rotation between the camshaft and the crankshaft. This timing needs to be very precise so that your valves open and close at the right time in relation to the movement of the piston. So, most cars use a timing chain tensioner to make sure the chain stays tight for accurate timing. However, these TSI engines experience chain stretch over time, and the tensioners are not able to compensate. So no tension means you got yourself a floppy chain, and that can lead to misaligned teeth, completely throwing off your timing and sending your valves directly into the path of your piston.
Ooh, yeah, it is an interference engine. Oh, yeah, that's it. Your engine's done. Once that happens and that hits, your engine's toast.
The best case scenario here is your valves get destroyed and you need to pull the head and replace everything. The worst case? The valves smash open the piston and send chunks of the piston directly into the engine block, seizing your entire motor. This is absolute catastrophic failure.
That's a lot of money.
That's a bad day.
That is a big repair bill.
Yeah. The timing tensioner isn't...
That is just, the solution is you get an entirely new engine.
The only weak point with these engines. There's also a guide rail that keeps the timing chain in line with the sprocket that can fail over time. And that's because it's made of plastic!
So they use this same plastic in all parts of the engine, right? In an engine where it gets hot. I just don't feel like this is like strong enough.
No. Repeated changes in...
Didn't I mention that before about using plastic in places where it gets hot? Because, over time, exposure to heat makes plastic brittle, and then it cracks and breaks and fails.
Temperature, the friction alone, this is a poorly designed part. So when this fails, the same result can occur. Considering these cars are worth less than like 10K these days, that's a pretty high price.
Yeah. I don't know. Do you think it's worth it?
Yeah. Just replace it with billet parts.
For me, I'm gonna say it's not worth it.
Really?
Yeah.
But you can just replace it.
I don't know, man. That's a lot of money. But you know what's worse than engine failure? Dying! That's what's worse. The 2005 to 2010 Chevy Cobalt faced a massive recall due to faulty ignition switches. It was found that the ignition switches could turn off inadvertently while driving. Maybe because it got bumped by the driver's knee. Maybe the guy had too many anime keychains and his key fell out. But either way,
Yeah. It is a costly thing. I just a couple of weeks ago I paid like $90 for an oil change and all the other little things, checking the fluids and all that stuff. But there's a certain level of freedom and comfort, and I like it.
The car would turn off, meaning no power steering, no power brakes, and also no airbags. Obviously, this was a very...
Ooh, that last one's bad. I mean, no power steering and no brakes is also bad, but when you combine that with no airbags, that's very that's just a trifecta of, fuck.
Serious situation, and to make things worse, GM knew about the issue for almost a decade before issuing any sort of recall. They claimed the incident rate was very low with no growing trend, but in reality, 124 deaths and 275 injuries were linked to these defective ignition switches. It wasn't until 2014 that GM finally issued a recall which affected 700,000 Cobalts.
It's a lot of Cobalts.
GM has since been the target of numerous lawsuits and has set aside $400 million for settlement claims. 15 employees were fired, and GM was fined $35 million for failing to report and remedy the issue early.
Well, god damn. That's bleak.
Scary stuff, dude. Imagine this happened to you on the 405.
Mortifying.
Yeah. If you're going 75 miles per hour and everything just shuts off.
Yeah. You better hope there's not a car in front of you. You guys probably love cars, which is why you're watching this video, but like, life can get scary really fast, dude.
Yeah.
Toyota has 3 NASCAR Cup teams, 2311 owned by these two, but this guy actually races for his team. And they both share the track with the team owned by this guy. 3 teams, 4 legends, all going after one cup. Now you're up to speed. You in?
So, the Cobalt.
Is it worth it?
Yeah.
Nah, not for me.
Nah, dude. This next issue isn't quite as bad as dying, but it is definitely very, very annoying. I'm talking about a broken convertible top that can affect Fiat 500 cabrios. So imagine this, you're cruising down the Pacific coast.
Yeah, unfortunately, convertibles, sunroofs, unless you've got the money to maintain them and fix them when they go wrong, they're going to be a real pain in the ass because the sunroof isn't going to be a lot of fun when it starts leaking.
Highway in your Fiat 500 Abarth. Ooh. You've got coilovers, a short shifter, and a nasty breeze
in the air.
Yes, sir.
Oh, feels great.
Naturally, you want to put the top down so you can feel that sweet Cali breeze up in your flow, but suddenly you realize it's raining, and you want to put that top back up.
California?
Yeah. You press that button, nothing happens. Instead, you hear a loud pop, and guess what? Your convertible top looks like this. Guess what, Hotshot? You're out $7,000. That's because your entire top mechanism needs to be replaced, and it is stuck open until you do.
Yo.
This happened to our good friend and creative director Max right here at Donut. He bought a Fiat 500 Abarth a few years ago, and it was only 2 weeks out of warranty when the top failed. So what happened? Unlike regular convertibles, the Fiat 500 still has its B and C pillar along with the roof lines, but the soft top slides down the roof, folding itself up kind of like a shower curtain as it goes.
Weird.
Yeah, it does kind of look like a shower curtain.
So what happened in Max's case is these plastic sliders.
Again, plastic. Noticing the trend here of, hey, if you want something to last, maybe make it out of metal.
Broke, and the roof wasn't able to slide up anymore. You'd think you could just replace one clip and everything would be fine, right? Of course, that's how it always goes. In reality, the entire mechanism failed because of one broken piece, and he was quoted $7 grand to replace all of it.
I feel like that's what Fiat 500 Abarth is worth now, right?
Yeah. You know what Fiat stands for?
Fix it again, Tony.
If you own one of these, there really isn't anything more you can do other than making sure the rails are lubricated and clean, and you pray it just doesn't happen to you.
Do you think that the Fiat 500 Cabriolet is worth it, little puppers? No! Speaking of lubrication issues, the next vehicle we're talking about is the Land Rover Discovery 2, specifically from 1998 to 2004, a car known for being extremely reliable and holding its value. Just kidding, that was a lie. You can buy these for like 3,000 bucks and they break all the time. On the surface, these older Land Rovers are pretty sweet looking and capable off-roaders. They came with high ground clearance, good suspension articulation, full-time four-wheel drive, and some had locking center differentials. There's also a healthy aftermarket for these. However, due to these vehicles being included in this video about catastrophic failures, there's something you should probably be aware of. And that's slipped cylinder sleeves. The V-Edge that came in the Discovery 2 were made of aluminum, which is lightweight and easier to machine than, say, cast iron. But one downside with aluminum is that it expands and contracts much more than other metals. And over the course of an engine's life, it can begin to warp after seeing too many heat cycles. This warpage can cause cylinder sleeves to crack or worse, slip out of position. The result of a slipped sleeve is similar to a blown head gasket. Coolant will mix with combustion gases, which causes overheating and truly an awful sound that you would never want to hear.
Oh God, that's a nightmare sound. Oh, I've literally had sounds like that in my nightmares.
Once you slip a sleeve, there's nothing that can be done except replacing the block. That's insane.
The block is the main part of the engine. Most of the engine is the block. You're basically replacing the engine at that point.
With these Land Rovers, this issue generally happens around the 100K mile mark, but some owners have experienced slip sleeves at only half that mileage. Luckily, there is a DIY remedy to prevent this that involves drilling into your engine block and inserting pins in to secure the cylinder sleeves into place. This is not worth it. No. I would never pick up an old Land Rover just for this. Dude, there's a reason that Land Rover was the villain in Cars 2. Like leaked oil everywhere, remember?
Oh, yeah.
This next vehicle has not one, not two, but three major issues that need to be addressed to avoid grenading the car. If you own a BMW E46 M3, you're probably familiar with the Big Three, not to be confused with our podcast, The Big Three, available wherever podcasts are found. The E46 M3 is one of the most desirable 3 Series BMWs ever for a lot of reasons, but it also has a lot of issues. The first major one is the rear subframe, which supports the suspension and the differential, which in my opinion are important parts of the car. The problem? The subframe has a tendency to crack in half, and in some cases rip apart the chassis. The main reason for this failure is that the rear subframe is mounted with spot welds. During hard driving, the sheet metal flexes and twists, which can break the welds and eventually weaken the metal to the point of cracking and separating from the chassis.
That blows.
Ooh, a total subframe failure can mean nearly $5,000 in repair bills. But to
I expect nothing less from German engineering. After all, who brought home the double victories last time we went at it?
avoid this, you'll still need to cough up around $1,500 to install a subframe reinforcement kit, or do it yourself. You can weld. But that's only issue number one. The other two involve the engine.
Welding is welding is one of those skills that if you know how to weld, you can charge a lot of money for welding jobs, because just any doing anything with welding is going to be expensive, because a welder's time is not cheap.
One of those involves the Vanos system, which is BMW's variable valve timing system. Vanos has a bunch of different failure points, and when it fails, it means power loss, worse MPGs, cold start issues, and throttle hesitation. The cost to repair this is typically around $2,000. But the worst issue of all is rod bearing failure. Rod bearings hold the connecting rods and crankshaft in place as the engine rotates. And on the M3's S54 engine, these bearings have very tight clearances that can cause oiling issues when there's not enough lubrication. So what is a spun rod bearing, Tristan?
Rod bearings are pretty interesting because it's literally just like a half circle piece of metal that just sits in between the carrier and the crank.
And that has to be lubricated.
I've seen these be the cause of a lot of issues.
At all times.
There's like a little galley in it that's sort of carved out so that way oil can stick and you know, lubricate as it should.
Right.
Usually it's just the torque and the weight of the crank and everything tightened down on it keeps it pretty much into place. There's also some notches, but it can just go with the rotation of the engine, go and just slip out.
Spun.
Not a good way to go
Not way to
out.
get a new repair bill. It's recommended that you replace the rod bearings every 100,000 miles to avoid this happening to you. A shop will charge you around $1,800 for this job, and you don't want to know how much an S54 costs if you do need to replace the engine. So if you're thinking about getting an E46 M3 that hasn't gotten the big three done to it, get ready to drop over $5,000 into repair bills to make sure you don't end up spending a lot more. Do you think this is worth it?
Absolutely.
No.
I think this is worth it.
E46 M3.
Yep, and they're gonna just go up in price, and they look cool, they sound
They do look cool.
cool, they drive amazing. Yeah, I think this is worth it all around.
All right, y'all, the next car we're gonna be talking about is the Porsche 911. And that's very personal to me because I just picked one up and it's a piece of garbage.
What? What generation is it?
It's a 997, 2008.
Oh.
And it is afflicted with a problem known as bore scoring.
Ah! Get it away from me!
So this model, the 3.8 as well as the 3.6, are plagued with a problem called bore scoring. So bore scoring is what happens when vertical lines develop on
Your cylinder wall gets all scratched up and you can lose compression.
your cylinder walls, leading to premature engine failure and potentially catastrophic engine failure. So one side of the engine develops bore score before the other, and it's usually the right side, and that's because the right side runs a lot hotter than the left. And this is because of the design, the systems they designed for the cooling and lubrication. So the biggest contributor, though, comes down to the materials that they use. The scratches on the cylinder walls can eventually compromise the seal between the piston rings and cylinder, and once those combustion gases start getting past the rings, it gets in your oil's contaminated, you're gonna start losing compression and
Told you.
freeze from the scoring can recirculate and act like a nasty virus, just infecting every little bit of your engine.
That's horrible.
And it's all due to cost-saving measures taken with the liner material.
Why is Porsche cutting corners? They have the money.
That's an excellent question. It didn't affect every 997. Specifically, the turbo ones very rarely get bore scoring, if at all.
Why is that?
They use a different liner material called Nicosil, as opposed to the non-turbo models, which got Locasil. And it's quite weak. So the minute you start getting deposits in, either through your intake, your dirty oil,
you're getting carbon on, like, build up there and stuff.
It's just grinding it off.
Damn.
And once that coating gets ground off, your rings are no longer creating a great seal. So all those gases get through, and it's awful. There's ways that you can help combat it. Like, the biggest thing is you shouldn't take short drives, you shouldn't rev your engine up while it's cold, and you should always be on top of changing your oil.
Dude, why did you buy this? Is it even worth it?
No,
really?
In my case, and I think in certain other people's cases it could be, but specifically for me, I'm planning on doing a pretty extensive build series with this car.
Okay.
Just about everything's gonna get touched, and that's gonna be on Donut's social media channels, and it's gonna be a vibe. It's gonna piss off a lot of purists.
It's gonna be a little different.
It's gonna be a GT freak.
Thank you guys for watching everything here on Donut. Remember to like, comment, subscribe. We'll see you guys in the next one.
We're gonna keep making stupid financial decisions.
Yeah, I'm gonna go buy another car right now.
All right. You know, I think I'm going to save the rest of these for another time. And we are going to play, since my buddy Connor is back. A while ago he picked, which one is it? So dumb. I'm so dumb. Pure green. So we are going to play Pokemon Pure Green. And now let me add stream info. Pokemon Green. Yeah, boy, we playing some Pokemon Green, and I looked at this one, and this is the one where they changed some of the Pokemon types. So this is going to be an all water type run of Pokemon Green. I rarely get to play all water types in Kanto because there are no. In fact, one of my best friends, when I told him, he was like, "There's no water ground types in Generation 1." I was like, "Nope, there are no water ground types in Generation 1. So if you do an all water team in Generation 1, you can and will get absolutely butt fucked by electricity. It will not be fun." No, there's a water ground type in Generation 2. It's hyper mid. But it can still do something. Yeah, Quagmire. That's the thing. Quagsire is just super forgettable. Get this. All right. Let's set this up. We got battery power. Excellent. Let's. All right. No, it's Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color. God damn. Games. God damn. Forgot how many fucking games I have on this thing. Alright. Pure green, right? Yeah, that's the only green ROM I have. I recently got a new. I have. Do I have pure blue? Yes, I do have pure blue. I have all three pure red, blue, greens. Red plus plus is standalone. I have Shin blue, but not Shin red. And then what's the other one? Perfect. Which ones do I have of the Perfect series? I have both Perfect Red and Perfect Blue. And I have a new one, Pokemon Red Yume, which is oh, and Pokemon shit, where is it? Should be right. Pokemon Polished Blue. God damn, I got a lot of ROM hacks. God, I love ROM hacks. I especially love Generation 1 ROM hacks. Generation 1 was just so boss. Thank you for the hydrate. Alright, let's get on with it. Oh, there's a lot of Pokemon ROM hacks out there. Wait, before I forget, let me main menu, controller, customize controls, Game Boy Color. Okay, good. We should be good. Oh, and that's nothing. I don't have half of the Pokemon ROM hacks out there because I don't really touch the difficulty ROM hacks and stuff like that. But there's a lot of ROM hacks out there. I'm in like Facebook and Reddit groups where there's new ones coming out. There's someone working on it's either Pokemon Ocean Blue or Water Blue, but it's essentially the what would have been the third one to Fire Red Leaf Green, and it's going to have some really cool additions from what I've seen. I'm super looking forward to it. Oh, hold on. Hold on 1 second. Alright. Automation. Before we get too in the weeds, let me do something real quick. Oh, perfect. It's still the Be Right Back screen. Alright. Let's get on to it. Professor Oak, give us our first Pokemon. There's my boy! Hey, we're starting with our respective start. It's like it would be in real life. Uh, anyone got any nickname ideas? Anyone got any nickname themes? Hold on, I got an idea for a name. Yes, I will actually. I think I'll go with the name of the since it's gonna be a Blastoise, of name fitting for Blastoise is the fucking turtle kaiju. I'm gonna do nicknames for all my Pokemon this time around though. So think up some nicknames for water Pokemon. I don't know that many famous turtles. Alright, I know what to do. I can take one more. Yes! Nice! Alright. Alright. Let's get old sports. Oh, hold on. Free potion! Never don't. You always gotta get the free potion. Whoops. Do. That's just a habit. Every time I hit a new city, I immediately go to the Pokemon Center. Alright, so... This, this particular ROM hack has made some changes to Pokemon's movesets and typing, in addition to turning some moves into better moves. Because I remember playing this. I played like up to like Misty or Lieutenant Surge, not still very early into the game. And afterwards, I was like, "Oh man, this would be a good game to play on stream." Or yeah, I think I had already become a streamer at that point. I'm pretty sure I played Pure Blue. Wait a minute, let me check, because sometimes they change things up. Okay, so... Rattata. Pidgey. make an executive decision. Nice. Level grind. We got a level grind. Oh yeah. We're literally just level grinding against fucking low level biddies. Because there's always a little thing I do. Most of the ROM hacks I play, all 150 Pokemon, are available to obtain in one save file because most of the ROM hackers, at least the ones that make the games that I play, know that we're going to be playing this by ourselves on an emulator and we don't have the ability to fucking trade with people. I can't trade with Delta. There is an app I could use to trade with. Yeah, it's still there. But as you can see, there are many more Pokemon available earlier on in the game. Yes. Yes. Money. Nice. Nice. Oh, wait. That was what I wanted to do. And now we do this. What the fuck is this? Oh, that'll be helpful. Yes! That speed drop. That speed drop. Shit. I can still do this. Yes. Okay, come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Tackle. Shaking my ass worked. Don't you growl at me. Nice. Now the reason I did that without buying any Pokeballs is... we go back to Professor Oak. Right? Go back to Professor Oak. And he will give us free Pokeballs! Yay! Free stuff. Alright. Oh, that's perfect. I really need that. That's not a bug? Damn it! Alright. See, that's why I'm glad I found those 5 antidotes. Ow! Asshole! Splash. 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 Oh, nice. Alright. We have our secret weapon against Misty. Alright. I think we're good. This should be easy. Time to rock Brock. Good game. Did you have any doubt? I mean, I picked Squirtle. I just literally have to click A. Alright. Nom 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 nom. The shorts guy. Respect your elders, kid. Alright. We gotta bulk up War Turtle. That's another addition. Alright. Ah. Alright. Alright. We gotta bulk up War Turtle. Because, unfortunately, because I picked a water type only Kanto run through, our next Pokemon choice is very, very, very limited. But worse than that, the next party member we have is gonna be absolutely fucking useless. Yes, yes, it is Magikarp. Absolutely, absolutely is Magikarp. That's another reason I'm battling all the trainers. I'm gonna need the money. As you can see, Pokemon have expanded move sets. Oh yeah, and Doduo is ground flying now. Whoops. Oh nice. You just almost paid for my Magikarp. And I already know what I'm gonna name you. Alright. Oh fuck. Yep. That's why I overleveled Wartortle, because he's gonna get his ass beat switch training in for fucking Magikarp. See? See what I mean? How he's gonna get his ass beat? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I gotta beat all the... Oh yeah, this is definitely be a slog at regular speed, especially doing this. Wait, what? Oh, thank you. Oh fuck, I didn't realize it had an attack. I forgot, Magikarp's stats are still absolute fucking trash, so... Let's up those numbers. They actually gave it 2 attacks. But as you can see, Magikarp is still absolutely fucking useless. That was a critical hit, by the way. Yeah, let's not do that anymore. Bite attack. Yeah, the pocket abra is one of my favorite things about this ROM hack. You earned this. Well fought, Magikarp. You earned that. Quad weakness is a bitch, isn't it? Just remember that when you evolve. Alright. Nice. That was a pretty big jump. Should I go down here? Nope. Ah! Damn it. Yeah, someone's... I was like, that rock's gotta be there for a reason. That rock looks suspicious. That rock looks suspicious. That rock looks suspicious. That rock looks suspicious. Alright, let me get water. Where the hell is my water? You know what? I'm gonna take a sip of soda, and when there's a moment, I'll find my water. Water gun. Wow! Wow! Do you see that, right? Do you see that? 5. And that was one more. There we go. There we go. You know what? I think it's time for to go to a Pocket Abra. And yes, I nicknamed it Lift. I heard the new South Park was the new South Park season was good. Nice. All right. Nice. Respect your elders. Whoops. Oh shit. I did a lot of damage though. Yo, Connor, check it out. Hell yeah. Let's go. Now we can do some actual grinding. Alright. Now let's give the battle the proper respect it deserves. Nidorino. Fight. Done. Abra has no defense. You're right about Gyarados sweeping. Oh, that's right. Kingler is water ground, not Krabby. Oh yeah, that would be kind of cool. You want to do the honors? What should Polyraph's nickname be? Nothing I need. Okay. Let's try to find a Pidgeotto. That's why we level grind. Haven't you heard? Alright, we got ourselves a new partner. All right. I think the fourth generation and the fifth generation were probably the best. The games were modernized enough to be fleshed out, but they were still 2D. There we go. Water gun. Gen 3 was the beginning of the peak. But Gen 4, when we got the physical special split, was the peak of the peak. Alright, we doing Misty. Good thing I wasn't going after the special attack this time. I was hoping that would one-hit KO, but whatever. Did it again. Let's do just a little bit more grinding. Damn it. Yeah, Gen 2 was cool for that. Yes! Alright, we're good. We're good. I'm at work. We did it. We're almost there to the point of the game I wanted to get to. I'm a fucking moron. I forgot to see Bill. Nice. That's where I did that. Oh, about time. Had me nervous there for a sec. Let's hurry this along. These are just regular trainers. One more trainer. No. There's my guy. Think of a nickname for Shoulder for when we get to the name reader. Fuck yeah. Might as well, blah 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 blah. Yeah, we've all heard this before. Alright. Heal. Right. No. Oh, cool. Doesn't that look like Krillin when he grew his hair? Doesn't it? Nice. Alright, let's grind into this cave. Yep. A dude's got arms. He's gonna be the fighting type on our team. Oh yeah, Diglett's Cave is a. If you started out with Bulbasaur or Squirtle, this is a great place to level grind. Oh yeah, yeah. Basically everything I already have, I put into the digital library. Oh, perfect. That's exactly why I got that trade. Oh, yeah. Wake up! Yes. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Alright, well, it's time to test something then. Oh, cool. Oh yeah, it's a like a key item. Aurora beams. What the hell? Oh, hell yeah. Oh yeah, I wish Scyther was as easy to get in this game as it was in the OG game as it was in this game. And if they had some good bug type moves. And Tornado was only barely good. Nice. Oh yeah, bug is very viable now. Whittle down, whittle down, whittle down. Actually, let's see. No, 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 no. Damn it. Nom 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 nom. What generation would you like to try a ROM hack where you could do it all dark type run? There's a couple of Generation 1 and 2, well, Generation 1 ROM hacks where they introduced a couple of dark type Pokemon. Not many, but there's one or two. Oops, alright. I think I saw a Heart Gold Soul Silver ROM hack that might be fun for you. Nice. What now? Won't do you much good when you're dead. Hitmonlee, what the hell is this? Slow your ass down. Oh, damn, you flinched. Too bad you got no physical defense. Close one. And now the ship's still there. At least it should be. Alright, I think I'm gonna call it there because it's almost time for me to go home. I'm definitely gonna keep this series going. So I will see you guys on the next time. Have a good one. Thank you guys all for watching. I will catch you guys later.